Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, share positive sentiments, and relate in one another's experiences. Today I offer this to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to further set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment, all-inclusive to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system, orientation, and any other thing that may divide us on the surface. Let us seek the unity of our humanity amidst the diversity of divinity. And hello, user 227. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I trust that you are well as you can be, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life at this time. Hello, Dustin Brown. Am I sleepy? Maybe a little bit. Perhaps not today, though. And thank you for your lovely rose. I'm afraid that your username doesn't render on my screen, so for me it looks like a bunch of missing Unicode characters. But maybe if I catch you in chat, I can take a peek at your other display name. Nonetheless, my gratitude for your rose remains the same. And hello, Strawberry Chica. Hello, Michelle. How are you all doing today? And thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Now I have a question of the day, since you all are very early. It says breeze in fonts you share. Good to know. Well, thank you for your rose, Breeze. And hello, Donsuela. And I'm happy that I'm providing a space for you to feel relaxed in, Loki. But yes, my question of the day for you all, if any of you are interested. Mine's a tricky one today. What do you look at to know if someone could use your help? What signs, indications tell you that you could be of help, that you are of any service? What do you look for? What do you see? What do you listen to? What do you observe? That's what I'd like to know. And Jace, hello. You share their inner struggles. Indeed, sometimes what's on the surface might not be indicative of what's going on inside. And what's going on inside is certainly something we could be of service to. Blueberry, you share when they delete all their previous content. Does that sound like anyone we know? Thank you, Mr. Rocket Shot, for your cheer you up as well. Radhe, Radhe. Strawberry Chica, you share if someone isn't as talkative, seems quiet. And I think the most important word of that sentence is as. Because some people, being introverts, they're always tired of people asking them if they're okay just because they're just silent. So relative to their normal, perhaps. Yeah. And Loki, you share. If someone's vibe is off, I'll ask if they're okay. And that's a great thing to do. Yeah. Michelle, you share gestures, even eye contact sometimes. Donsuela, you observe if they are experiencing something you may have went through before. I love that answer, Donsuela. So true, in the ways that we can relate, that we can be of service to. Peace to you too, Abel. Jacob Lee, you usually can see it in their eyes. The eyes, they tell a lot, don't they? And you echo that sentiment, Ragnhildur. Cosmic Cutie, you say usually their face. Yeah, our face conveys so much more meaning than our words sometimes, or the lack of them. Yeah. Also intuition, says Michelle. User 227, you share that you can see it in their eyes. They say eyes are the window to the soul, don't they? Yeah. 31 Planes, you share. If someone is going through something that maybe I have already been through, well said as well. Yeah, you and Donsuela both. And thank you, one cheeky chick, for your heart me. Ariom Tat Sat. And V, you share posture, obvious signs of stress in the body. Very astute. Definitely. And Strawberry Chica, you agree? Yes. Definitely noticing differences compared to how they usually seem. Breeze, you share how they present their struggles and how often they share them with you. I love that. That's very observational of you. Polly B, you share if their voice or their normal voice is now low and monotone. Yeah, maybe they're not expressing themselves as they were before. Not a lot of energy behind the things they do. Just the JP, you share that you watch to see if they are doing any of the things they normally do for enjoyment. I love that. Yeah. I think my favorite part of that is how that means you are observant of what they like to do. And that's a very lovely thing for you to do too. And thank you, Astrid, for your heart me and a baker's dozen worth of roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. And Ennis, you share everything. Body, face, voice, words, especially searching, wandering eyes. That's lovely. Hello, Alpha God. And Kaylee, you share that there is a recognizable invitation to help. Well said. And Blueberry, you share that you find if you are open and share your personal struggles, someone may also feel inspired to open up. I love that. It's very true, isn't it? Being a good role model. Sharing your struggles may seem like a burden at first, until you realize that the reason that other people don't is for the same reason, that they feel like they might not be allowed to. But being able to, that can be so relieving in and of itself. In user 227, you share how you hate how your emotions always show on your face and you can never hide it. Sounds like there is a potential to be more in tune with how you express yourself. And thank you, Alicia Infinite, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. 31 planes you share, sometimes just their vibe. Like it feels like their radio station is not quite on the channel. I like that. Yeah, that's very visual. Or audible, I guess. And Jace, you share as well. Or if they're triggers, when you're triggered, you have to calm down using music. Since you have ADHD, that can be a great way to calm down. Yeah, and paying attention to what triggers someone else can be a great way to relate to why they're feeling that way. And Radhe Radhe Hari. And thank you, Wildcard Tarot, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jared, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Mikey. Happy to have you here. And thank you, Jared, for your team bracelet and 17 cheer you ups as well. Radhe Radhe. Alright. Well, thank you for exploring this question of the day today. I think it's always important that we look for areas in which we could be of help. When we find areas for potential, then being of service to that potential gives it purpose. And then we get to witness the beauty that happens by the unfolding of what's already within them. Who knows? You love fungi, don't you? You sound like a fun guy yourself. Happy to have you here. Now, why don't we crack open a short section of the book we're reading, and then we can open up to questions and answers on everything that you feel your heart is drawn to, with the intention of uplifting each other or ourselves. The book that we're reading is Roar of the Ganges. This is a book written by Swami Dayananda, who is the guru of one of our members, who sent it to me for us to read together. We've reached part 3 of this book so far, In Search of the Seeker. And it has some lovely Sanskrit. I'm always excited to see it, so we'll read it together. Kene shitam patati preshitam manaha kena pranaha pradhamam praiti yuktaha shrotrasya shrotram manaso manah yan vachoha vacham sa pranasya Brahmaha. From the Kena Upanishad, first canto, first to second verse, which translates roughly into in English, impelled by what does the mind think and seek? Impelled by what does life sustain the body? Is it the ear of the ear, the mind of the mind, the speech of speech, the life of life? This chapter is titled One Teacher's Journey. Wednesday, March 15th. On the following morning, our ashram set aside its usual tranquil, contemplative mood and buzzed with excitement. The ashram's founder, Swami Dayananda, was due to arrive at noon. His visits had become infrequent, just a few times each year, usually for special occasions. A rumor had circulated around the ashram hinting that he was coming to initiate two of his students into sannyasa. I paradoxically felt both delighted and apprehensive about his arrival and the events that would soon unfold. I also thought it ironic that the founder of this serene hermitage did not spend more time here. He occasionally remarked that he hoped to return here one day to recapture the simplicity of his years living in a thatched hut on this site. But nowadays, the demands on his time have grown manifold. His days were consumed by public programs throughout India and North America, occasional travel to Europe, South and North America, occasional travel to Europe, South America and Australia, and the responsibility for other ashrams in Pennsylvania and Coimbatore. Not sure how to pronounce that place name. Coimbatore. All this seems like quite a burden for a man now in his 60s. Yet, he continues to maintain a full schedule of teachings as he has for over 30 years. A blaring horn announced the eagerly awaited arrival of the car bringing Swami Dayananda from New Delhi. As the gate was opened to admit the shiny white ambassador, all ashram residents and guests assembled in the courtyard to greet him. Vedic hymns were chanted as he stepped out of the car. A garland of fragrant flowers was hung around his neck. He waited silently as everyone bowed before him, one at a time, each touching his feet in reverence. He spoke to Swami Sudhananda about some ashram matters. Chatting merrily, they walked together towards the temple with the rest of us close behind. After they entered the small temple near the Ganges bank, the temple priest chanted more Vedic hymns and worshipped the deity with burning camphor. Then they stepped outside and surveyed the familiar panorama. The winding course of the Ganges, the Himalayan foothills dotted with ashrams, and the expanse of blue sky encompassing it all. Swami Dayananda's face, graced with sensitive dark eyes, and a snowy white beard looked as serene as the mountains. Strange, I thought, that after 60-some years, his face and forehead were still free from the usual lines of worry. He always seemed so relaxed and carefree, despite his hectic schedule and burden of responsibilities. Thank you, Dopamine Queen. His ochre robes fluttered in the breeze as he adjusted the upper cloth he wore over his head, following an old custom. He walked to the covered porch in front of his cottage and sprawled comfortably on a large cushion. The ashram residents and guests crowded around him. His friendly eyes scanned the group, stopping now and then on certain faces. He inquired about one resident's health and reported to a visiting couple that their son was doing well at Pennsylvania State University. His eyes sought out new visitors to welcome them. He showed a great degree of interest and concern for each of the residents, even though he saw them just a few times a year. At the moment, he seemed more like the patriarch of a large family than a revered guru. In 1930, Swami Dayananda was born in a tiny village in India's southernmost state, Tamil Nadu. He was called Natarajan then, and was raised by his pious mother, a widow after his father passed away when he was just 8. He grew up in a traditional village environment pervaded by Hindu culture and religious values. His family home stood next to a temple, and his childhood days were filled with religious observances. After his school days were over, he moved to Madras, where he worked as a clerk and later as a journalist. While learning Sanskrit in high school, he studied the Bhagavad Gita for some time. I've heard that book before. But his spiritual education really began when, as a young man in his 20s, he met the prominent Hindu missionary, Swami Chinmayananda. Up until that time, the teachings of the Upanishads were generally taught only to brahmacharis and sannyasis. The lay public was excluded. It was Swami Chinmayananda's personal mandate to bring these Vedantic teachings to cities and towns throughout India and the world. Natarajan was captivated by Swami Chinmayananda's brilliant oration and became deeply inspired listening to the wisdom of the sages. He began to study Vedanta and Sanskrit with great diligence and soon gave up his job to join the Chinmaya mission as its secretary and later as the publisher of its bi-monthly journal. In 1962, Swami Chinmayananda initiated Natarajan into sannyas, giving him the name Dayananda, which means one whose fullness, Ananda, is manifested as compassion, Daya. After his initiation, Swami Dayananda taught extensively. He conducted 2 3-year courses in Vedanta and Sanskrit at Sandhanalaya, Swami Chinmayananda's ashram in the suburbs of Bombay. He gave public discourses throughout India, and starting in 1976, in the US and other countries, he later established a branch ashram near Garberville in Northern California, where he taught another 3-year course. Hello, Priscilla. In 1981, he left the Chinmaya mission to teach independently in India, the United States, and around the world. In 1986, he founded Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, the ashram in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains, where I had studied during the next 3-year course he conducted. In 1990, he established a second Arsha Vidya Gurukulam in the remote hills near Coimbatore in South India, where he later conducted 2 more 3-year courses. Unnumbered thousands of people on several continents have been blessed to hear the Vedantic vision of the ancient rishis brilliantly unfolded by this masterful teacher. Of the hundreds of disciples who attended his 6 3-year courses, many have been initiated into sannyas and have joined the new generation of teachers. Swami Dayananda is perhaps the foremost teacher of Vedanta living today. Well, he actually passed away in 2015. I assume this book was written before then. And has been praised with lofty accolades such as Teacher of Teachers and Shankara of our times. So what a lovely introduction into Swami Taratmananda's guru, Swami Dayananda, whom, in the coming days, as we explore this book, is soon to be initiated under as a Swami himself. What a journey from an American computer scientist to a spiritual renunciant. And thank you all for listening with me. And thank you, Jarrett, for your trio of cheer you ups a few minutes ago. Allow me to extend my gratitude back to the rest of you who sent a gift whilst I read, and let me thank you for your patience as well. Aurelius Crone, thank you for that fire a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Alicia Infinite, for your balloons. Ariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Hussein, for your rose. And this is my show. Thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Tanhao Yu, for your heart me as well. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, John F., for your rose. And Priscilla, thank you for your rose and heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Chloe Evans. And hello, Isabella, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Happy to have you here. Jai Sitaram. And Meena, thank you for your 6 tiny nineties. Yippee! Briar, you're wondering what language is that? It's beautiful. Well, I shall assure you that it is indeed beautiful, for it is the mother tongue of humanity. No, seriously. It is from this language where we get the word mother. In Sanskrit, the word for mother is mata, and that became in English mother. It is the oldest known language. Which has been spoken for thousands of years. The language of spirituality. Thank you, Laurie, for your rose and donut. Jai Sitaram. Neo, you ask, Is it gonna be okay? It is always going to be okay. And thank you, Hilaria, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. And Meena, thank you for your quartet of roses. And another 1, 2, 3, 4 roses from Hilaria. Thank you. Hariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Astrid, for your 22 roses as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Neo, for your trio of roses. Living zombies. You share that you and your sister are watching this while you curl your hair. Well, hair is a lovely expression of ourselves, isn't it? As it flows from the top of our head, it is said that the crown chakra is the source of wisdom. And so you may shave it all off, so that you may be more receptive to that wisdom. Or you may let it grow, so that you may be able to form a relationship in it with others and reflect what other wisdom is already there, all around us, pervading our existence. And thank you, Ava, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sand Shifter, for your heart me, friendship necklace, and 24 team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Sky Guardian, you're wondering if I can send the 10-hour live via Google Drive, since the program you use will take longer. As you wish, my friend. Hello, Dob Darker. Thank you for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Good evening, Tracy. Many blessings to you. Thank you, Neo, for another trio of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. God is my Lord and Savior. I think that is about the politest way that one can be a missionary. And so I'm very grateful for your very kind articulation that Jesus loves you, cares about you. Consider him. I think your verb choice of consider is well chosen. And thank you, Sand Shifter, for your trio of roses and your flowers. Ariom Tat Sat. Fantastic. Such a great name. You ask if I believe in numerology, like that 9 has to do with the head chakra. I believe that humans are the ultimate bestower of meaning. If you are able to find meaning in something, then that proves that we have the power to unlock the potential in all aspects of our life. I believe that the world is like a magnificent canvas which we get to paint with meaning. And if you find so much meaning in the number 9, then how could I ever take that away from you? You have found it there. Perhaps because in our decimal system, 9 is the last digit. And as the last digit, it shares the quality of being penultimate. Like the crown chakra being the last chakra in our body system. I see how you could make that connection and then empower the number 9 with that sentiment. That makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, MJ, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Astrid, thank you for your tiny 9. Yippee! The beauty of your existence. You ask to please explain the basic foundation. Please reveal to humanity the definition of existence. Please explain how magnets work and explain physics, please. Well, you have ordered a full course meal, haven't you? When I was in university, I was very interested in physics. I really wanted to know the big questions to this existence. Eventually, I became dissatisfied with physics, not because it's wrong, but because there are gaps that I don't know if I'll live long enough to witness them be filled. I don't know if they'll discover a theory of quantum gravity. I don't know if we'll be able to know what's going on within the Planck length or Planck times. I don't know what happens at the center of black holes. And perhaps we'll never know what the equation of everything is that describes dark matter, dark energy, and all of the anomalies in present-day physics. You could say that I was so desperate for truth that I had to look elsewhere. Now, as you all know, mathematics is the language of physics. In some sense, you could say that it's the language of the universe. So whatever equation describes the universe, it will be written in mathematics. So the potential for truth is already there in mathematics. Why don't I just bring my attention to mathematics and then ask the question, what gives math its potential to be able to encode the theory of everything? What's at the foundation of math? Well, at the foundation of math, there's also many unsolved questions. We don't know what axioms that math should or could work best with. People debate if the axiom of choice is something we should assume. People aren't sure if there is an infinity in between other infinities, like the countable infinity and the cardinality of the continuum. There are so many questions that are also unresolved at the bottom of mathematics. So then I, in a very similar questioning, asked, well, whatever is a proper theory of mathematics, that arises from logic and logic's ability to express mathematics. So what is it about logic that gives math the potential to manifest, and by corollary gives math its potential to manifest physics? And you can continue this line of reasoning where we ask about the answer to everything, and in absence of it, ask what potential could give rise to it, and then inquire about that potential and the potential of that potential. And it eventually led me to the idea of non-existence itself. Negation is a huge and important part of logic. As a logical operator, it is the inverter, the naught. It flips the bit from a 1 to a 0, or from a 0 to a 1. You can build an entire computer only out of the NOR or the NAND logic gates. These are generalizations of the not operator to apply to two truth values. And so this idea of negation itself, that alone is responsible for all the complexity in logic. Even in mathematics, set theory posits that it is from the empty set that all other sets are created. If you take the intersection of the empty set, you get the universe. So I started to get a very funny feeling about my search because it led me to nothing. Not in I wasn't led anywhere, but I was led to the concept of nothing being important. Somehow nothingness is the potential for everythingness. And it started to make a lot of sense in spite of all its nonsense. I learned that in Buddhism, the word for enlightenment is nirvana, which linguistically means something like nothingness. I learned that the first line of the Tao Te Ching was, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." That sounds like nothing. Because if you speak about nothing, it's not nothing. As we all learned, at least one point in our life, if nothing was truly nothing, then it wouldn't even be nothing. If we take the non-existence of non-existence, then we get existence. If before everything came nothing, that nothing is starting to sound a lot like God. Well, what is all-knowing, all-pervading, all-good, and all-powerful? The scientists say, nothing. Well, it is this no thing that I'd like to know. Now, from that nothingness, let's see where it leads. Thank you, Isabella, for your rose a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, this is my show, for your owl. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, John, for your tiny. Thank you, Sophia, for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Michelle, you ask, have you eaten? It's a good question. Let me reflect on my day thus far. I've had a banana and some potato chips and mustard. Thank you, Flim Flam, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lilimar, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Dansuela, you ask, did I put the mustard on the banana? Or on the potato chips? Either way, I'm going to upset someone. I had it on the potato chips. Sometimes I'm feeling zesty like that. Thank you, Isabella, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Madeline, for your 16 roses. Jai Sitaram. Beans on toast, you ask. Are you vegan or vegetarian? I strive to be Sattvic in my diet. A Sattvic diet is different from other diets because its focus is not on physical health, nor is it focus on moral responsibility. A Sattvic diet is about mental health. There are many people in India, in that region, in that culture, who have produced this great culture we call Vedic heritage. And there are so many avenues for spiritual growth. You can meditate, you can do bhakti, devotion, you can do actionable work, karma yoga, you can study scripture and gain knowledge, jnana yoga. And there's practically a lineage for everyone, as well as a lineage which condemns some other one. Some people are very conservative and say that nothing is necessary for spiritual growth, not even meditation. For example, Ramana Maharshi famously never condoned reading the scriptures, never condoned doing any bhakti, never condoned doing any karma, never condoned doing any meditation. But he said there's one spiritual practice that is most important. And that is, the food you put in your body makes the biggest difference. If someone in your life is very irritable, if they are close-minded, ask them what they had to eat for dinner, for lunch. You will find that it's probably food that's very heavy, food that is tamasic. It makes the mind go to sleep. Like when we eat a big turkey dinner, oh, I just want to have a big nap. No one bother me, all my energy is going towards digestion. On the other hand, people who are really outgoing, maybe adrenaline junkies, ask them what they eat. You'll find that it's coffee, energy drinks, spicy food, a lot of garlic and onion, very salty foods. These are rajasic foods. Chocolate. but those of equal temper. Maybe they only had some raspberries in that morning, a handful of nuts. Sattvic food has a huge difference on the mind because it doesn't cause unnecessary expendage. Is that a word? On your energy, either for digestion or mental activity. So I try to have a Sattvic diet, which is just simple foods. Foods that are easy to digest, foods that aren't too spicy, aren't too sour, too bitter. Not bland foods, sweet foods. Just gentle on the body. Yeah, good way to put that. Beans on toast. And thank you, Painted Lady, for your heart meat, pair of cheer you ups, and a team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Exactly, Hari. Ayurvedic food. Practically a synonym for Sattvic food, or just the yogic diet. And thank you, UFO HD, for your bouncing beach volleyball. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dylan, you ask, how do you know which method of spiritual growth would work for you? Well, how do you know which pants fit you? A few days ago, I discovered that I've outgrown all my pants. And of course, my grandma, with her clairvoyance, because she has always been the provider of pants in my life. She just loves buying clothes for her grandchildren. It makes her feel purposeful. She texted me, "What size are you?" So I tried tying a string around my waist and measuring it, and it came up to some number, but it didn't seem right, so I measured from a different spot, and the string slipped, and I couldn't quite figure out how to get an accurate measurement. And so my mom and we phoned my dad on the phone, who likes clothes. He's the tailor of the family. And so we asked him how to properly get an accurate measurement. And so he was explaining how to do the calculation to get what size you are in men's US. And then, finally, he said, you could just go to the store and try on a pair of pants, and the one that fits, that's how you know what size you are. Like, duh. After all this work. Likewise, you don't have to do all this theoretical experimentation with what path works for you. Try them out. And the one that fits, that's right for you. And thank you, Neo, for your cloud bread a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And high vibration, Franco. Thank you for your heart me and a pair of team bracelets. Jai Sita Ram. Dansuela. You share that clothing from different brands can be so many different sizes for the same person. That is true, yes. Fortunately, in Canada, it seems like, or at least for men's clothes, it's a little more consistent. at least as far as pants go. Thank you, Flori Charm, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, James, for your heart me as well. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Jen Singh, for your tiny and finger heart. Yippee! And thank you, Soul22 Sophia, for your heart me. Ariom Tat Sat. Beans on toast, you ask, are my parents spiritual? In some ways, I believe that everyone is spiritual. Not everyone might be conscious of that fact or express it in the same way. And my personality is certainly shaped by my parents, but also many other people in my life. There was a meme going around a few years ago that was glorifying that funny moment where you just realize that you're conscious. You ever just realize that you're conscious? Oh yeah, I exist. I have sentience. There is an observation of the world that I am witnessing. That's all it means to be spiritual, is to be in that state always. Are my parents in that state always? I can't speak on behalf of them. They are the witness of their life. Thank you, Lara Indigo, for your heart me. Ariom Tat Sat. Teacher Lorraine, you ask, what is your life purpose? No, you got it the other way around. Life is purposeful. You don't need to add anything to life for it to be purposeful. Life is my purpose. Thank you, Steffi, for your heart me and friendship necklace. Radhe, Radhe. Annie, you ask, how do you deal with overwhelm? When I'm feeling overwhelmed, I start validating from the outside in. This environment is an opportunity. It may be challenging, but that doesn't mean I'm not strong enough. This moment is meant to be. Take my awareness more inwards to the body. How is the body feeling? Is it too hot, too cold? Is there anything I can do for my body to make it feel more safe? Anything I can signal to it to ensure that it knows this isn't a dangerous situation. Bring my awareness even more within. How are my emotions? How am I feeling? They're allowed to be there. I am feeling overwhelmed, and it's okay to acknowledge that. This too shall pass. Bring my awareness more within to the mind. Observe my thoughts. I am not my thoughts. I can choose which thoughts reflect me best in this moment. My mind is a mixed bag of positive thoughts, negative thoughts, comforting thoughts, scary thoughts. Allow me to spend a little more energy on the comforting thoughts. I may not be able to put all of my energy towards the comforting thoughts, but even 1% will make a big difference. Bring my awareness more within. Think about my intellect. What decisions am I making? How can I validate them? I've made my decisions with the best of my knowledge. What decisions can I make right now? Or do I even need to make any? All good. Bring my awareness even more within to my sense of self. I must remember I am the soul. Even when my mind is chaotic, my emotions, the world, I am still whole. I am here. I am now. And you bring your awareness finally to that which you are, the awareness itself, and just permeate this experience without association. And if at any step my awareness gets pulled into any of those layers before, I validate that again and work my way back in. Sometimes you go 2 steps in, 1 step out, another step in, 2 steps out, 3 steps in. It can be a bit of a tango until you're finally able to bring your awareness back into self. And thank you, Rainbow, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Michelle, you ask, can spiritual awakening cause dissociation? There is a relationship between those two. I wouldn't say that the relationship is a causal one. What we call as dissociation can be spiritual. Association is our control point for the whole human system. It's like our joystick. Might not be a good metaphor in today's time, because when's the last time you've seen a joystick? Do arcades still exist? Are people still using them in flight simulators? Probably. But we all know of them, I assume. A joystick is so simple. You just move it in the direction you want to go. And that caused the whole game to move in that direction. So too, the power of association is our joystick. I want to associate with my happier friends. I don't want to associate with the self-deprecating ones anymore. Joystick is in the direction of my happy friends. Alright, my energy is going that way. Good, I'm becoming happier. Dissociation may happen when we no longer want to associate with what's happening in this moment. And that can be a defense mechanism, because if we put our sense of self in a traumatic situation, then of course we're going to suffer. So withdrawing our sense of self can feel like dissociation. However, from a spiritual perspective, you are empowered to be engaged with the present moment. You don't have to be associated with it, but you can still do your best to be of service to it. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna very ardently reminds Arjuna, the purpose is not to dissociate and become a formless spirit. You should be engaged in your duties, even if they are difficult. But remember that your higher self is there guiding you, that you don't have to be afraid. Never be attached to inaction. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. Rainbow, you share that your family was wishing you today, and today needed to fly back, and you already missed them, and the house feels lonely, I assume, without them, like it's missing them. I love the word longing because it's so descriptive. Hello, Hexagon. The more distant we are from someone physically, the closer our heart grows towards them. It's the longing. Your family being there has shown you firsthand how much potential is in your house. It was already there, your family just brought those energies out. Because you are family, you have the ability to make your house feel like that also. Thank you, Liz, for your heart me. Orion Tat Sat. Soul 22 Sophia, you ask, how do you deal with letting go of a narcissistic friend? I would start by reframing it. People aren't narcissistic, but they can have narcissistic traits. People aren't bad, but they can have bad qualities. The qualities aren't a reflection of who they are as their true self. Just like in Spanish, you don't say I am hungry, you say I have hunger. Because it's not something you are, it's something you have. Yo tengo hambre. Is that a teacher, Lorraine? Thank you. So you're not letting go of your friend, you're merely letting go of the trait that you associate with them, which means setting that boundary. You're still my friend, but not when you act this way toward me. I'm friends with you, but not your problems that you project on me. I will always be there for you, but I need some distance so that I can learn to be a better friend. So I think reframing it in this way can help. Since it's not the person you're letting go of that you're distancing yourself from, it's the traits that they're holding on to. And thank you, Rainbow, for your rose and ginger man. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Soul 22 Sophia, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Ego Vegan. You ask, in what surrounding did I grow up to find the knowledge in so early? a traumatic one. If I have any wisdom, it was not gained through having an easy life. If you pray to God for wisdom, He will traumatize you so that you can become wise from surmounting the difficulties prevailing you. But it is up to us to make use of our challenging environment so that we can become better problem solvers. And thank you, Jinx, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Liz, you say trauma is the human seasoning we all need. It can be very flavorful. Sometimes people can put too much seasoning. We all have that one friend that loves their garlic and onion powder, hey? Every time we take a bite of the food they share with us, you could kill a vampire from a mile away. Numi Widel, you ask, who is God from your point of view? It's a funny question word, who. Ever since the other day when someone said, whenever I start with, it's funny, what I say is usually not funny. Who is Doctor Who? His name isn't Doctor Who. That's the joke. He is the doctor, but who is he really? That's the question. It's the mystery of that show which makes it so powerful. In a way, God is the who of Doctor Who. Who is God? Well, God is that being which is mysterious, that which knows but cannot be known. The primordial personality from which all personalities are possible. The template of existence. No form in particular, and yet gives rise to all form. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your heartbeat and team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. Ali, you share that I give you very much Eckhart Tolle vibes. I like making his name into an adjective. Eckhart Tolle. Do you like Eckhart Tolle? I suppose I should ask you this before saying thank you or I'm sorry. Depending on your answer, it could be a compliment or not. It's a good thing. Well, thank you. I do look up to Eckhart Tolle. I've learned many things from the things he has shared. And thank you, Mr. Jesus, for your quintet of disco loves. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Seamus, for your trio of roses. Now that's a very Irish name, isn't it? Bow crack, you ask? Do you believe in parables in the Bible? I believe there is much meaning to be found in them, if you are patient with them. God being omnipresent means that if you are patient with anything, the truth will reveal itself to you. And thank you, Mr. Jesus, for your quintet of roses as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like that, Zealot. What would you say if I told you you remind me of Jesus? Well, I don't know. I'd ask how you'd feel about Jesus. How you felt about him. Haley Queen, you shared that you got your own new cat today. A ginger kitty named Simba, a little lion. Simba was the name of my first cat. One that took care of me like a mother. When I was a baby, Simba would even let me ride around on her back like a tiger. I'm very happy to hear of such a divine creature blessing your household. Zealot, thank you for your octet plus one, a baker's octet, if you will, of cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. Oh no, you sent one extra. Your streak is ruined, you share. No, you just sent one early for tomorrow, and then tomorrow you only have to send 7. Thank you, Jesus, for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. It's like the joke. Why are you late for class today? No, I'm not late for class today. I'm just really early for class tomorrow. Thank you, Painted Lady, for your cheer you up. Tiny. Yahoo! And Rosa, thank you for that as well. Your finger heart and your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Dani, for your heart me. And I am still uploading my lives to YouTube, or at least I plan on it. But my 10-hour live stream is proving to have some logistic problems. As some of you know, I've written a program that transcribes the audio and chapters it accordingly, so that in the YouTube description you have an expansive list of timestamps and appropriate chapter titles. Now the first part was being able to load that 23 gigabyte file into my program without it crashing, so I had some bugs to fix. And then once that was working, I had to figure out how to partition it according to silences in a new strategy. And now that I got that working, I have to figure out how to get it to produce a chapter system that will actually fit inside of the YouTube description. A 10-hour video is not chaptered easily in a way that can fit within 5,000 characters. So I'm gonna have to work on a strategy for that after this live, and then I can get back to uploading all the others that have come since then. I love a good programming challenge. Forces me to think differently about things. And Thank you, Jesus, for your quintet of finger hearts a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your 10 roses. Radhe Radhe. And Annie Green Eyes, thank you for your heart me and rose as well. Ali, you were wondering, how old am I? May you ask? Of course you may ask. In this body? 22 years. And thank you, Madeline, for your 15 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. We Go Vegan, you're wondering what my name is on YouTube. It is the same as my name here, Yamsox, but depending on the channel, it has another word that follows. Where I upload all my live streams is Yamsox Lives, Lives. And thank you for wishing us a beautiful day, Madeleines. I hope to reflect that beauty inherent in you to the rest of our audience. 31 planes of existence, you ask. Do I think God/source/universe questions? Who am I? Where did I come from? How did I become? That reminds me of the verse from the Vedas that we were reading yesterday on the creation story. Who truly knows, and who can declare whence it cometh, and whither it vanisheth? Even the gods who know were born much after creation came into being. Who then knows whence it has come about? Whence this creation has come? Who holds or does not hold? Who is its surveyor in the highest heaven? He alone knoweth. And yet, does he know? I love that. Somehow, the creation story in the Vedas from, 8,000 years ago, even though they are questions rather than answers, the questions seem to hold so much more meaning than any possible answer. I think my favorite line is that last one. And yet, does even the Creator know? Who can truly know? What I can say for sure is that as a representative of creation, just as you all are, whenever we ask, who am I? Why do I exist? Where am I? How have I come? Then we are asking on behalf of that source. Thank you, Lucien, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Youngovo EXO. You ask for thoughts on remote neuro monitoring used by the NSA. I think that if anyone was listening to my thoughts, I hope they're being entertained by them. My mind can be pretty funny. That's for sure. The good news is that we are not our thoughts. So even if anyone could listen on to them, it tells you nothing about who you are. Even the best people in the world have negative thoughts. The only difference between us and them is that they choose to act on the positive ones. Psychologists know that so-called intrusive thoughts are so common. Everyone seems to get them. Even parents who have such a precious sentiment toward their child. They could be holding their baby in their arms, walking down the stairs, and then the thought comes up, what if you dropped your baby right now? How could I even think that thought? I would never. But in our culture of identifying with our thoughts, then we'd label it as intrusive. But since ancient times, we have known that thoughts are not the nature of who we are. They merely are our dialogue options, like in a video game. Of course, now in modern times, we are opening up to the idea of using artificial intelligence to populate our digital landscapes. But before, programmers, they had to code a bunch of dialogue options for you to choose from. There could be a dialogue option that you don't want to suggest. Like if one of the dialogue options is to insult the NPC you're talking to. Now, if you thought that you were the creator of the dialogue options, then you'd think, oh my God, how could I even think of this opportunity to insult them? But being grounded in reality means that you are not the creator of the dialogue options, but you are responsible for which option you choose. If you do insult them by selecting that option, then you take responsibility for the outcome that happens. Same with our thoughts. Every thought is an opportunity. Not all opportunities are going to be good ones. We are responsible not for our thoughts, but for which ones we choose to partake in. You could think a thought, I hate this person, and it only makes you a bad person if you give energy to that thought. If you select that thought and go, yes, this is how I truly feel. Now I'm going to harm them because they have hurt me. Eye for an eye. But the mind could be thinking, I hate this person. But the lips could be speaking, I hear you and I understand you, and I'd like to work towards a common goal together. Peter, you ask a good question. What is reality? Because reality is not relative. Good question. We use the word reality in many ways. The reality according to physics is very much relative. The most successful theory in physics that has ever been devised was Einstein's theory of relativity. And you might think that's just wordplay. Relativity means a different thing in this context. Actually, it means exactly what you think it does. It means that my perspective of the universe may tell a different story than your perspective. From my perspective, that train could be moving. But from your perspective, being on the train, you don't experience it moving. You experience the world moving outside the windows. So it depends on your reference frame. Now, what is absolute is very subtle. Einstein said that regardless of where you are in the universe, there is one thing that remains the same, that is not relative. And that's the speed at which information travels. Pure information that does not have any inertia to it, no mass, like light in the form of photons, which carry the information of the electromagnetic field, or the gluons, which carry information about the weak force. Sorry, I think the strong force, actually. One of the nuclear forces. Or the hypothetical graviton, which mediates gravity. The information always moves at the speed of light. So the flow of information is always the same. But how that information comes together, in what order, in what amount, this changes depending on the observer. So it is not the objective world which constitutes reality. If by reality we mean that which is unchanging, non-relative. What is unchanging is something much subtler. If our definition of reality, of what is real, is that which does not depend, does not differ, does not change, in other words, is constant, permanent, and immovable, then it is not the physical world which is reality, but the background layer which permeates it. Like how if you go to the movie theater, you ask what movie is playing there. You say, well, it depends. But what doesn't change is the movie screen. No matter what movie you watch at the movie theater, it all takes place on the same screen. What does that mean for our life? It means that regardless of the objects that occur to you, you are the only constant. This conscious experience itself is what is real, because it never changes. The very space in which you feel, you know, you see, you hear, that space cannot change. Everything within it, now that does change. Your body grows old, gets sick, and dies. You meet people, deepen your relationship, and then they say goodbye. We experience the whole world changing, but the process of experiencing always is. That background layer is said to be the true firmament of our existence. The very substrate of reality. And thank you, Kaisa, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, 31 Planes of Existence, for your hand hearts as well. Radhe, Radhe. Boa Crack, you ask a relevant question. Do I believe that the Word created the reality in my mind, and nature is the parable mirror? Parable or parabolic. In John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. But it wasn't originally written in English. That's a translation. It was first written down in Greek. And the word for word was logos. Logos can mean many things. It's still used in modern academia. When learning rhetoric, you know that a good argument has logos, pathos, and ethos. Ethos is the ethics. Pathos is the pathology. And nowadays there's also a chronos, which is the time component, the chronology. But the logos is the logic. So you could just as equally say that in the beginning was the logic, and God was with the logic, and the logic was God. Logic is a subtle thing. It is the pathway to reasoning. Through logic, we come to understand. Logic has the potential to guide. So it's very funny when people are on the quest to find God. They're on the search for truth. Because the truth they're searching for is the seeking itself. For example, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that I am not separate from the means to attain me. The very quest for liberation is what's liberating. This mind is propelled by the Logos to be in search for truth. The world is our playground from which we do all the searching. And thank you, Roxanne Angel, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Sky Guardian. Is it time for the Vachana Amrit? I think it's a good time. I agree. This is a book that we've been reading a random section from. We have been randomly reading a section from. The section itself has been in order, and that's the question of the day. But this book has been gifted from you, Sky Guardian, for all of us to read, from a spiritual lineage known as the BAPS Swami Narayana. Here we are going to read Gadadha 1:9. Desiring nothing except God. On Mahagshar Sudhi, the 12th, Samvat 1876, or in our calendar, the 28th of November, 1819, Shriji Maharaj, in other words, God, was sitting in Dada Kachar Darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of munis as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Thereupon Shriji Maharaj said, "Suppose a person has developed a conviction of the personal form of God, offers devotion to them, and perceives them. But despite this, they still do not consider themselves fulfilled, and instead feels a deficiency within their antahkaran. That is, as long as I have not seen the radiant form of this very same God in the divine abode, I have not attained ultimate liberation." Even talks about God should not be heard from a person with such ignoring qualities. Conversely, if a person has firm faith in the personal form of God and believes themselves to be fulfilled merely by the witnessing of them, and desires nothing else, then God forcefully shows that person their divine powers and forms in their divine abode. Therefore, one with singular faith in God should desire nothing except the manifest form of God. That is to say, one should be merely satisfied with the manifest form of God. What is the manifest form? This existence. It is this existence, after all, that God has manifested. So, when one tries to seek anything beyond this existence and remains unsatisfied with it, then we are not acknowledging that God is this very universe. Thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. George De Beers, you had asked a few minutes ago, where did I learn all this knowledge? What is your background? Well, I kindly extend my gratitude for your label of this as knowledge. However, I disagree. Knowledge is something that you have to go out and attain. It's not already present. Like an engineering degree, a baby is not born with. I don't care how smart Einstein was, he still had to go out and learn calculus. He wasn't solving differential equations in the womb. It still has to be sought from an external source. If we are in pursuit of that kind of truth, then we are making a critical assumption that it's not already with us. The highest kind of truth is therefore not knowledge that can be attained by external sources, but by the internal source one merely has to tune into. Like how no one had to teach you that you have consciousness. It is made apparent by your very existence. Sometimes we are aware of it. Sometimes it's not as obvious. Sometimes it becomes strikingly obvious just for a moment. Consciousness. That's right. Sentience. Free will. Existence. Wow, I'm here. This universe exists. It could have been nothing. Here it is. No one has to teach you that because it's already a part of your experience. And there was never a time that it wasn't a part of your existence. So if there is any hope for the truth of what I am sharing, then I must be speaking from my experience rather than the experience of someone else. Only then can it gain any merit. Honey Badger Heals, you ask, what does the third eye mean, and what does it see? All of the chakras are each a metaphor for your own realization. We open it the same way we open up to understanding. The metaphor of the root chakra, for example, is that we are that potential, that stillness from which all movement arises from. When you are awakened to this knowledge, then you are said to have your root chakra open. The sacral chakra and its metaphorical position is the metaphor that we have the potential to create. It is from us that life blossoms. Going all the way up to the third eye. You could equally call it the sixth sense chakra. What's so funny about calling it a third eye or a sixth sense is because we only have 2 eyes. And we only have 5 senses. Yet, there's something more going on. You have 2 eyes, but it's not like they're separate from your field of experience. It's not like you experience your left eye over there and your right eye over there, and you have to go to your left eye to then look through it, and then you have to walk over to your right eye and then look through that. You're able to look through both at the same time, as if at the center of your brain was a third eye that looked through both of them at the same time. So too, we have the sense of sight and the sense of sound, and you don't have to turn off your sense of sound in order to see, nor do you have to turn off your sense of sight in order to hear. But sometimes we believe that, like when we're driving somewhere and we turn down the radio so we can see the cars better. Or in that one episode of SpongeBob where Patrick says, "It's so dark, I can't hear you." But the truth is that all of our 5 senses convene onto this 6th sense that is able to perceive all of them simultaneously. In this moment, you both see and hear. You also taste and smell and touch. So what you are as a witness to all of these sensations is like a third eye. Knowing this to be such, then your spiritual vision has opened. You are now perceptive to the fact, to the knowledge that you are the witness shining throughout both eyes as a third. And thank you, Midrin, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Jai Sitarama. And thank you, Morgan, for your heartbeat and team bracelet. Jai Sitarama. And thank you, Angela, for your rose as well. Boa Crack. You ask if I've ever visited an apostolic. I've never heard of this word before. Maybe it refers to something I have experienced, but by another name that I know. You'll have to teach me, however. ASDF, you ask, why does the human race use regenerative braking and yet not regenerative acceleration? It's a good question. I've never thought about it like that before. What is braking if not deceleration? That's just acceleration in the opposite direction to where you're going. Perhaps you'd have to consult an engineer. I myself am not knowledgeable on the workings of a car. Brother Savvy. you are wondering, do I talk to girls this way? Or have I had a relationship? I noticed that when my mother is speaking to her mother, her voice often changes. It's like she becomes a little kid again. She goes, yep, thanks, Mom. And then she gets off the phone, and then her voice deepens. Hey, you haven't done the dishwashing. And then I take on that voice. Yes, Mom. Sorry, Mom, I'll go do that. I try to see everyone is like a mother. In the infinite births and deaths that have transpired through this soul, I am sure that at one point you are my mother. Does my respect for you as my mother transcend lifetimes? Well, it should. And so I'm going to revere you as my mother. Honey Badger Heals, you ask, do our chakras get blocked? Should we cleanse them often? Are they blocked by our ancestral line? Here in the West, we have a very body-centric culture. It seems like everything revolves around the kind of food we put into the body, the kind of gyms we go to tone our muscles in the body, so many different ointments to apply onto the skin of the body, various clothes to express that personality pervading your body. It's no surprise that when the yogic system of the East came over to the West, we said, okay, forget about the other stuff, I want to know about the spirituality of the body. Like chakras, like kundalini. Dr. Richard Alpert was a Harvard psychologist, and when he had his spiritual awakening, he went over to India in search of a guru. He ended up finding one by the name of Neem Karoli Baba. Now that guru, since Dr. Richard Alpert had first discovered spiritual things through taking of a psychoactive compound, he offered that psychedelic compound to his guru, Neem Karoli Baba. And so he held out a hand of a bunch of tabs of this substance, and expecting his guru to take one, he took all of them and put them in its mouth. And Dr. Richard Alpert thought, I've now killed this guy. One of those tabs was enough to send me to the moon. This guy is gonna go to Andromeda. Neem Karoli Baba was often known as the Blanket Baba. He was always carrying around a blanket, even in the scorching Indian sun. And as the psychedelic compound made its effect on the brain, he covered himself with the blanket and started moving around, looking like a ghost, making strange noises underneath. Ooh. Ah. Ew. This is it, Dr. Richard Alpert thought. His heart's gonna stop, he's gonna jump off a building. Hours went by like this. Ah. By now it should have been the peak. And then he takes off his blanket and goes, haha. Just starts laughing. I'm just joking. He was only pretending to be affected by it. Now, what does that say? It says, whatever transformative experience that this psychedelic substance made in me, that experience was not something new to him. He was always in that state. He had to have been for it to have no effect like that. So, it's possible to know without any external support. He had found his guru, and so his guru gave him a new spiritual name from Dr. Richard Alpert to Ram Dass. Ram Dass came to America, and everything that he learned from his teacher, he started preaching. He wrote books like Be Here Now. And so he inspired many Americans and many other Westerners to go to India and find his guru. So when he came back to India to meet his guru, he was surrounded by all of his previous lecture attendees. I was wondering where you all went. I was talking about my guru too much, haven't I? So you went and sought him out directly. Now he was feeling jealous because he had to share his guru with all of these people that he told him about. And naturally, the Westerners had very body-centric questions. They asked his guru, how do I open my chakras? How do I raise my kundalini? What is the sacred mantra for enlightenment? How do I contort my body in such a way that I get my Shakti up the nadis and into the crown and I have that liberation? And this Blanket Baba was known for having a bit of a potty mouth. In Hindi, because the Americans didn't know how to speak it, he'd always be saying, these... I can't even say. There's such profane words. And then the Hindi translator would put it into nicer terms. And so what they'd hear is, feed people, serve people, help people. And that sounds like their question is being dismissed. Hey, I asked about the chakras, about kundalini, and you're telling me I have to do the little kid stuff like helping people? No, I'm past that. I want to know the ultimate. But what they didn't understand until much later was that they were receiving the ultimate. That is the ultimate. The most powerful way to open your chakras, unlock your kundalini, is exactly that. To feed people, to help people, to serve people. What is kundalini if not the dormant feminine energy? To awaken your dormant energy is to simply be motherly, to nourish, to nurture, to take that energy that's in you and share it with the world. Then all that esoteric stuff that happens in the body, that happens naturally. There's no need to focus your mind's eye on the fire of the heart and imagine a rainbow bridge connecting to everyone around you. And through the sacred mantra, bring the energy up the spiraling nadis. That happens naturally as a result of the spiritual work you do for others. The spiritual work you do for others is no mere child's play. It is the motivating energy itself in which the whole spiritual experience becomes active. Like, for instance, in Skyrim. How many of you have played Skyrim? 198 people here. I assume one of you has played Skyrim. Now in the menu there's a skill tree. There's many different branches that you can climb. There's magic and two-handed weapons, one-handed, healing, destruction. Now, if your goal is to climb the skill tree, then you must gain the energy to do so, the experience points. Skill points. What does skill and experience mean? Exactly that. You have to go out into the world and do quests for others. You have to be helpful, be of service. Through that process of taking that energy that you already have and flinging it out into the world around you, naturally, you start gaining experience. That experience is the energy which travels up your spine. Yes, the whole spiritual experience happens within, but it happens within as a reflection of how you express yourself without. Thank you, Courtney, for your head mustache a minute ago. Ariom Tat Sat. Thank you, Anna Lee, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Courtney Leah, you ask a very practical question: how to forgive others who have wronged you and it affected your life. Just as we only know as much as we did when we have inadvertently caused harm someone's way. No matter who you are in life, you are eventually going to be at the other end of that pain, where before you see someone that was hurt by something you said or did. Now, our ultimate goal in life is the same as anyone's: to express ourselves to the fullest potential, to live the most meaningful life we can. But by doing so, we make mistakes. We impede on others' boundaries. And by our own self-expression, we end up restricting someone else's. My father once told me a story of how he was walking on the crosswalk home from school, and there was a crossing guard to direct the traffic so they didn't run over the young children. And the crossing guard, she was telling a story to someone she was talking to, her friend, and she was very expressive in that story. And so as my dad was walking by her, she threw her hand up that was holding the handheld stop sign, and because it's made of metal, it cut my dad's head, and he started bleeding. She didn't mean to hurt him this way. It was only through her desire to be expressive, so that the other person that she was talking to could receive her story as fully as she could, that she ended up restricting my dad's ability to express himself with his face now that it was cut. This was an example of an unintentional way in which we harm others. But the only difference between that and intentional ways is that we are just unconscious in a different way. It is still unconscious pain that we cause others, because if one were truly conscious of life, of course there is no pain we wish to inflict on others. That pain only arises from an unconscious habit, mode of thinking, or belief system. And the more we become conscious, the less we harm others. So we can forgive others who have harmed us by imagining ourselves in their position, that they didn't know the best way to engage in such a way that their own journey in this life would not impede on your own. And the best thing we can do for ourselves is to let go of the bitterness, so that the resentment doesn't continue to linger, causing effects in our own nervous system. Thank you, Anna Lee, for your heart me a few minutes ago. And Sanam Sky, welcome back. Happy to have you here again. Yes. And thank you, Aurelius Crone, for your friendship necklace and fire. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Rachel Blackmoon, for your dazzling array of hanging lights and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. As well as 52 roses you shared with me. Never expected, but deeply heard and felt. Thank you. Michael Beck, you ask, what do I make of Eckhart Tolle and positive view of suffering? Yeah, that's a hard thing. How can one have a positive view of suffering? Suffering is negative, is it not? How can you turn the negative into something which it is not? People say, no, the purpose of suffering literally leads to sadness and anger. How can those things be positive? Now let's include Gustav's Adventures Inquiry into this topic as well. You share that you're really not doing well. You can't heal from your breakup at all. this is an example of a very real suffering. And to simply tell Gustav that you need to have a positive perspective only invalidates the real pain that they are experiencing from something that meant a lot to them. So although it is important to come to positivity, it is more than just labeling it as positive. The healing that you are in search for is precisely done by all the sadness and anger and resentment and guilt that you carry. It is through these emotions that we process it. So we must validate the experience by having them. And well said, Gustav. You do think you're learning lessons from it, but it doesn't take away the pain. Nor is it supposed to. It is from the pain that we learn so much. To stop learning would mean to stop experiencing that pain. After all the lessons have been learned, then the pain begins to subside. But in the meanwhile, you're allowed to feel that pain. It's a beautiful sign that you have loved, and that person in your life had someone that you loved so deeply. And I hope you find comfort in knowing that you live a very beautiful life. In each the highs and lows. Courtney, you sent a rose a few minutes ago. Thank you for that. Radhe, oh Radhe. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your 10 team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. You never have to thank me for what is a gift of mine. The opportunity to be of help is something that I'm grateful for. But you share you're extremely shy, how to overcome. Sometimes I think about little kittens and how at first they open their mouths so wide and almost no sound comes out. They're trying so hard to express themselves. Just like their big-teethed ancestors who would roar. And then eventually they let out a little squeak. And it begins to develop into a meow. And soon they find their voice. But they don't give up, even if the first 100 times they open their mouth and nothing comes out but air. That means every time you are shy and are unable to roar the song of your soul, that was one step towards being more confident and expressive. So use it as an opportunity to do even better next time, rather than as a reason to close down. I'm sure you'll find your roar. Gustav, you share that your cat is the only thing keeping you going. I know how that feels. I've been just so depressed some breakups. I don't even feel any nourishment in feeding myself. I'll be crying, not moving, and then my cat comes up. Alright, I guess I could expend some energy petting you. Might as well. Cat says, I know you're sad, but love me. Love me, you know you want to. I am sad, but I do want to love you too. Okay, you're a good kitty. Yes, I love you. Hey, you're making me feel better. Quit that. I'm supposed to be sad right now. You're making me happy. You share that your cat's name is Gus. Your whole page is about him. He is your soulmate. I love that. Gustav's Adventures. Now I see Goose or Gus in your profile picture. A lovely kitty. Looks like he has a little bow tie, if I'm seeing that right. Like he's wearing a suit. So professional. Who is this handsome fellow? Creatine, you ask. What's the craziest thing you've experienced during meditation? I think meditation itself is pretty crazy. Imagine having this potential to do anything. Human beings, they can do a lot of things. They can ride a bike, they can write a novel, they can build a house, they can climb a mountain, they can go skydiving. There are innumerable things that a person could do with their day. And to choose to not do any of them, so many things to see and yet to choose to close your eyes, that silence is loud. This mind, always talking, to attend to it is what we are always doing. When we say that someone has lost their mind, we mean they're crazy. But isn't that the whole purpose of meditation, to lose the mind? Sounds pretty crazy to me. And thank you, Michael Peck, for your rose a few minutes ago. And DJ Amelia. There, I got it. I think, maybe. Thank you for your heart, mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Courtney Lee, you ask, what did I say the difference was between someone intentionally versus unintentionally hurting you? That they are unconscious, but in a different way. Whenever we hurt someone, that means we are unconscious of something. When we are intentionally hurting someone, then we are still conscious of the person, but not conscious of how we are hurting them. When we are unintentionally hurting someone, we aren't even conscious that they're in our line of fire. Priscilla, for your ice cream cone a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Courtney, thank you for another rose. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you to Pini for your heart me as well. Jai Sita Ram. Busy, you would like me to talk about fasting. Any austerity we do is a way we gain leverage over the mind. Most of us, instead of using the mind, we are being used by our mind. The mind says, I want ice cream and I won't shut up about it until I get it. And so we go, fine, get out of bed, walk to the freezer, open it up, get the ice cream out. Satisfied now? Yes, but now I have a tummy ache. Oh, can you make it feel better, please? So you go out and get the Tums, go sit on the toilet till the movement passes. Satisfied? Yes, but now I'm tired. Oh, can I have some sleep? Okay. We are constantly being used by our mind rather than using it. Fasting is one way in which we get leverage over the mind. Have you heard of the Ferber-Meyer technique? Some psychologist came up with this idea that to discipline your children, you should just ignore them until they stop crying. And it's very sad. It leads to what they call Ferber babies that don't know how to self-soothe. The funny thing about self-soothing is that we do have to be taught how to do it. Although it doesn't work for babies, for the mind, we can utilize this technique. The mind eventually does stop complaining if you leave it alone. So when your mind is crying out for food, oh, I want a nice lobster dinner with butter. Oh my goodness, I want a nice chocolate cupcake. We could either give in to its demands or wait it out. By waiting it out, we gain leverage over it. By sitting through the discomfort, we become comfortable, even in adverse situations. You could arrest a Buddhist monk. He wouldn't mind. You're telling me I have to stay in this room for 10 hours a day? Oh, well, I do that when I'm meditating anyway. You're telling me that I can't have food until this time? Oh, yeah, I do that too. It's called fasting. What makes suffering is only our inability to withstand it. So for a Buddhist monk, there is no such thing as prison. They have already disciplined themselves so much that when the universe finally disciplines them, I've found my peace in being able to be patient throughout it. I have denied my own mind so much that it doesn't hanker after these things anyway. Hello, Valentine. And thank you, Rachel, for your beautiful coral you sent a few minutes ago. And thank you for your patience and me getting back to you with that gratitude. Hari Om Tat Sat. Boa Crack, you are wondering if I went through a lot. And was I shy before? Of course. Yes. I was very shy in school. My mother, in first grade, she didn't want me to get good grades. She wanted me to have one friend. She said, that's my goal for you this year. I want you to have one friend. And then in grade 2, she said, my goal for you this year is to have 2 friends. And then in grade 3, she said, my goal for you this year is to have many friends. I was never very good at making those friends. But I learned a lot from that experience. I look back at my past, not in disappointment for the decisions I made, or in anger for all the trauma I've experienced, but in only gratitude that in this moment I am free. I can either look back on my past with regret and bitterness, that only binds me into prolonging that suffering. What lesson can I take? How has that trauma given me a new perspective that other people haven't experienced? How has the suffering I have felt made me more appreciative for the small things in life? Let all that negativity flow into the present as the seed to blossom into future positivity. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your rose, your heart me, and your shiny air balloon. And thank you for your baker's dozen on top of all that. Radhe, Radhe. I am very behind on my gratitude. Thank you, guys, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And SEO Buddha, thank you for your team bracelet. Namo Buddhaya. And thank you, Valentine, for your rosa, flowers, octet of roses, and a cheer you up you sent moments ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Jer, thank you for your ice cream. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Spencer, yes. Thank you for your quintet of ice cream cones too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your rose and finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love that answer, Gaia. Courtney had asked how to open the throat chakra, and Gaia says, I think you open the throat chakra with prayer. Very true. Through prayer, it is less about who receives our words as it is about us expressing them. It is important to state how you are feeling, what you want to improve in, the difficulties you have to overcome, and the things that you need in order to attain that. Simply putting it out there, now that clears your throat of all the worries and feelings that we've kept in there. Being able to express yourself, even just to your stuffed animal, the trees in the forest, the clouds in the sky, or the stars in space. The point is less who receives your words, as it is just expressing yourself. And thank you, Marshall, for your heart me and your marvelous confetti. Actually, hold on a second. It was Valentine who sent the marvelous confetti. Thank you, Valentine. Radhe or Radhe. Marshall, you sent a heart me and a team bracelet, making sure I get my gifts correctly. Thank you, Marshall. Much appreciated. Jai Sita Ram. And Pantagor, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Moonflower Magic, for another heart me as well. And Pantagor, thank you for your ginger man. Valentine, you ask, so a one-way ticket to India or return? I don't think they'll let me get a one-way ticket. I think visas demand that you have a return date. Elvin, you ask, Yam, how do I control my anger? It is less about controlling your anger as it is controlling yourself in reaction to the anger. Anger will arise, there's no doubt about that. When anger arises, there is a default reaction, and it's if we don't override that reaction, then our free will comes into question. Like in biology, it is from the brain which this whole nervous system is controlled. Our nervous system is controlled through the firing of neurons. Down each axon is a cascade of positive and negative ions, sodium, potassium. That electrical flux signals neurotransmitters, contraction of muscles, and secretion of enzymes. The voltage that is across a neuron, that's not something we can control. We do not directly control the voltage across any neuron. But we do control what threshold the voltage must reach in order for it to be firing, so to speak. That is to say, when you put your hand in fire, the urge to move it is only going to increase. You cannot control that voltage across your neurons, which is telling your body, move your hand. But you can control the threshold. When you raise the threshold, you're telling your hand, no, just wait a little longer. And if you don't do anything about the threshold, then the voltage will cross it and your arm retracts. So too in anger. We don't control the anger arising. That happens autonomously. But we do control our own threshold to tolerate our own anger. And when we don't do anything about that threshold, then the anger rises above it, and then we erupt. But if we, with conscious effort, raise that threshold, so the anger may rise, yet we don't erupt, then we are able to control ourselves in reaction to that anger. In other words, stay with it, be non-reactive, sit with it, be patient, and eventually, if your threshold's up here, your anger will rise and rise and rise, and then it not being received, alright, it goes back down again, and you can let go of your willpower. And well said, Troy. Anger is derivative of fear, and fear is a hardwired neurological survival response. Not exactly something we can rewire ourselves. The Buddhists, they take that further. Anger being derivative of fear. Whenever someone's angry, just ask the question, what are they afraid of? Maybe they're afraid that their insecurity will become noticed. They're afraid of being perceived in negative light. But that fear is derivative of something which is even subtler. An attachment to something. Anytime someone is afraid, ask the question, what are they attached to? Well, they're afraid of being seen in a negative light because they're attached to being perceived well. But even that attachment is derivative of something. The Buddhists say that attachment arises from, and this is the long one. Every other step in the chain is just nice. It's one word. But this one is a big sentence. It's very specific. Ignorance of the nature of impermanence. What does that mean? It means we believe something to be permanent, which actually isn't. And because of our belief in that permanence, then we are attached to something which we are afraid of losing, and so we become angry out of protection, out of a sense of maintenance. So when someone is attached to being seen in positive light, what they are ignorant of is that it's always going to be temporary, another's perception of you. Eventually, a time will come where you are perceived in a way that is unfavorable to you. That's always changing. To be accepting of this nature of impermanence does not give rise to attachment, nor fear, nor anger. And the Buddhists go even deeper than that, but that's the extent of my understanding. And I love that idea, DeLorean. Absolute happiness is the total absence of fear. Happy people, they are just fearless, aren't they? And thank you, Mr. Udi-san, if I've pronounced your name even close to how it should be. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gregor, you share, speaking of Buddhism, can we get a koan of the day from me? A koan of the day. Alright, let me think about it. Okay. Which came first? Day or night? That's a classic one. Mr. Jones, you share that Gautama Buddha missed heaven due to the lack of considering the existence of God. Actually, there are many stories of the Buddha which take place in heaven and with God. For example, when the Buddha reached enlightenment, he went to his family members to enlighten them too. His previous lover and their child, his father and his friends. But his mother had already passed away and gone to heaven without reaching enlightenment. So what to do? Well, as Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. So, Gautama Buddha went into meditation and within himself entered the heaven in which his mother had been reborn into. And from there he enlightened his mother and then came back into his body to deliver the Dharma to others. So, there was one story where he was in heaven, but I'll tell you another. In another story, he was with God, specifically the Creator, Brahma. Now, Brahma was very egotistical. The Creator was himself doubting the abilities of the Buddha. And so, the Creator said, I don't believe that you know anything more than I. Anything you can do, I can also do. And so the Buddha agreed to a challenge. How about this? You are the creator of this whole universe. I will hide in it. And if you cannot find me, then there's something I know that you do not. So Brahma agreed. So the Buddha went and hid. And when the Creator opened his eyes, he surveyed the world. He could not find the Buddha. He went into space, started traveling among the stars, still could not find the Buddha. He went into the hellish regions. Maybe he was pulling a sneaky one and hiding in a place that no one wants to go. Could not find him either. Perhaps the Buddha was even able of going into heaven. So he went into heaven, looked for the Buddha there, and he could not find him either. So the Creator had to admit defeat and said, all right, Buddha, where are you hiding? Then the Buddha said, look above you. This whole time I had been walking above your head. And he looked up and there he was. I love that story. thank you, Brian, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Sebastian, for your TikTok. Jai Sitaram. Now, who was it that asked? Gaia, you had a question? Oh, for the chat. Gotcha. Where is heaven for you? It's a good question. You all can think about for Gaia. And thank you, Lulu, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, it's a better yippee. Michelle, you are wondering, how many times have you been reincarnated? Well, let me see. How many negative numbers are there? -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. At what point do you get to the last negative number? Well, as we all know, we can count forwards forever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like when we were playing that game as children. I love you 100. I love you 1,000. I love you 1,000,000. I love you 1,000,000,000. And then when you didn't know a bigger number, you'd just say whatever they said plus 1. I love you 1,000,000,000 plus 1. And you are still loving them more. Just as we can extrapolate forwards forever, same is true in reverse. We can come to understand every feature of our life today by looking at where all these pieces were yesterday. And never does there come a day where you run out of room to extrapolate further. For the motion of this universe has been ongoing for eternity. DeLorean, you are wondering, what is the purpose of the universe? Think about the very word universe. Now we can pseudo-etymologically deconstruct it into the prefix uni and the root verse. How do we use the word verse? It's very revealing. Well, it's the main substance of a song. Verse 1, verse 2, verse 3. It's in the verse that the main story is sung. But the chorus, now that doesn't exactly give you anything new since it's repeated. It remains the same. And the bridge, well, the bridge connects the chorus to the verse finally. The universe is that one story which we are all experiencing. The universe. The chorus, now that is sung in each of our hearts as the primordial consciousness. And the bridge, now that is what connects the two. The relationship between everything. Likewise, in ancient scriptures, there is a difference between the Shaktiman and the Shakti. What do these words mean? Shaktiman means source of energy, and Shakti means energy. So you could say the energetic and the energy, or the potential and the potency. We know that the source is the Holy Father, but what came from the source is Mother Nature, and three things constitute her nature: the universe, her chorus, and her bridge. The universe is her Maya. To use the ancient Sanskrit word, Maya means the material energy. The purpose of the material energy is to serve as the substance, the stuff, the narrative. The chorus is the individual consciousness, our own unique personalities here to experience the world. And the bridge is what connects the two. The Yoga Maya, which creates the duality, separating them, so that I can experience myself as separate from you, and the two of us can experience ourselves as separate from the universe. So the universe is 1/3 of existence, the other third being consciousness, and the final third being the duality which spans the two. The triple moon goddess she is, Maya, Yoga Maya, Jiva. Bex, you are wondering, any book recommendations for you? You've just finished your book, so you need something else to read. Do you though? We spend so much time accumulating experience. When do we get to express it? Maybe it's time to get yourself a book with blank pages. Is it time, my dear, for you to write your own story? To take what is within you and let it pour out. It is always a funny assumption that maybe if I just learned one more thing, then that would complete my knowledge. It's a hefty assumption to assume you're not already complete. Discover what's already there and let words come from you rather than to you. Thank you, Liz, for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! We Go Vegan, you share that an Indian master once said, "Peace in family is necessary. What if there are enemies? Peace in soul enough?" Family has come to mean many things. But remember, as the biblical saying goes, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. The people that bore you into existence, they may not be your family. There are many friends in your life that you would consider family. Peace with them is necessary. Having peace with someone that you can call family, even if it is not your biological family, that is what is necessary. In Sanskrit, peaceful family, you could translate that to satsang, or true company, is what it usually gets translated to. It's the power of association with those that you love that makes the biggest difference in our life. Thank you, Esther, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Mehina, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. And Estralitas, thank you for your rose. Bex, you share, but sometimes our knowledge becomes lost, and you have to remind yourself this is very true. Books can point us inward, but at some point we have to take that direction and actually go inward. Otherwise, we're just collecting more and more arrows that point inward without actually going in the direction that they're pointing. It's like if you were meant to go to India, and so you kept buying all these maps for how to get there. You bought a book on journeys to India. You downloaded Google Earth so you could explore the topography yourself. But no matter how many books you read on traveling, how many maps you explore, you're still not in India. What makes self-knowledge different from material knowledge is that it cannot be lost. It's always there. Stuff just obscures it. Like how on a pond filled with algae, the sun's reflection could be seen merely by parting the algae on the surface. Or like when we used to have bubble baths as kids. With all the bubbles, we couldn't see ourselves. So we stuck our hand in the bubbles and then opened it up like this, so that we'd have our own kind of bubble, a hand bubble that would separate all the other bubbles, so we could see our reflection in the bathwater. You could say that you've lost your reflection, but it was still there. We just had to open up a little window in order to see it. Kotar, you share that you noticed my picture is of a cat. And you see my little kitty cat. My little kitty cat is outside at the moment in a catio. Not a patio, but a catio. I think he's addicted to the outside, which is fair. He is an animal. It is his natural habitat. Kotar, you share. Also, I did it again. I bought another Meat Lover's large pizza. That's all right. Charity, you ask, how do you know when you are in India? You know you're in India when you're not able to get a good price and you have to haggle for it. Haggling is so a part of the Indian culture that one day I went to a Hindu temple. Not even in India, but near my house. And they were having a festival. And they were selling a bunch of things, and there was this beautiful plate that had Krishna on it. And I was looking at it, and I saw it was $2, and I was going to buy it. But she started haggling me, for me, on my behalf. She started haggling herself. I was already going to buy it for $2. She said, $1.75. I didn't know what to say. $1.50. You buy it right now, I'll give it to you for $1. You know, I was worried if I didn't say anything, it would eventually go down to nothing. Okay, $1. Hello, Veena. And thank you, Adam, for your rose a moment ago as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jared Dean, you ask, what's the best part of forgiveness? The best part of forgiveness is how you feel afterwards. Oh, you're just so much lighter, so much more free. I remember on a particularly grim New Year's Eve, I was in the hospital because I had somehow contacted, what's the word? Yeah. Not one, but 2 strains of pneumonia. And some other flu. So I had this virus and 2 bacterial infections ravaging my system. At some point, just looking like a skeleton in my bed, knowing that my simple cold was not going away, my parents said, "Alright, you think it's time to go to the hospital?" I said, "Yeah." Now I'll always remember that feeling. I'll never forget them putting the IV into my arm, and oh my god, everything just started to feel better as my whole system became lighter and more clean. It just felt like I was being purified, like God had entered me and was reorganizing everything. That's what forgiveness feels like. It's that in you is this sickness that you've contracted from somebody else. Holding resentment is like swallowing poison and hoping the other person dies. It only damages yourself. So forgiveness is like that IV. Only instead of whatever plasma or nutrients are in it, you hook yourself up to the light of love and let that course through your veins. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Veena, you ask, am I Hindu? I have a lot of appreciation for the Hindu culture, and many of the cultures that have spawned in Bharat, like the Jains, the Buddhists, and the Sikhs. I believe that the Sanatana Dharma is universal and includes not just one denomination, but all of them. And it is to that unity amidst the diversity that I look up to. Thank you, Craig, for your beautiful hanging lights and your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Jane, for your heart meat and friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. Riley, you ask, how do I stop feeling like everyone hates me? Instead of asking people, do you hate me? Ask them, why do you love me so much? And there's your answer. Sometimes we don't even know how to ask for affirmation from others. When we ask, do you hate me? We won't get an affirmation in response. Merely the answer, no. But that just tells us that we've been thinking about it wrong, and so we feel even more defeated. Why do you love me so much? It puts the person you're asking in a position to tell you something they like about you. Then it comes from the heart. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Adam, for your trio of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Sarah, you say that I look so pretty today. Oh, Sarah, you must be good at finding that prettiness today then. So I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Spencerius, for your trio of tiny dinies. Yahoo! Ryan chills. You ask, how do I stop feeling anxiety? You're not gonna like my answer. By starting it. What? Now pay close attention to your anxiety next time it arises. The feeling itself actually can be here in your system, no problem. It's our resistance to the feeling when it arises, then that creates all the problems. Try it yourself. When anxiety comes, invite it in. Hello, anxiety. Happy to have you here. Yes. One of the council members of my Council of Emotions. What do you have to share today? Gotcha, gotcha. I will feel your feelings. Thank you for sharing this. I promise to weigh this carefully. You are my good friend, anxiety, and I love you. Allow me to hold you with me, give you a hug. You just relax into the anxiety, and it relaxes into you as well. When we make our own emotions to be our enemies, that's when they become them. So consider our word choices very carefully relative to them. In reference to anxiety, do you say you want to stop it, or fight it, or conquer it, or beat it? Well, these are all terms that we'd use for our enemy. Of course we are going to feel defensive then when it comes up, because we're not treating it as if it were our friend. How do we befriend our anxiety? How do we understand it? How do we love it? How do we care for it? Now, these kinds of word choices will be more beneficial. Otherwise, we are fighting a monster that does not exist. In logic, there's a name for this fallacy. It's called the straw man argument. It's where we construct for ourselves an opposition that doesn't exist, and then argue against that. Likewise, anxiety isn't so much of an enemy as it is a straw man we have constructed ourselves. To take down the straw man and bring attention to it with love and awareness, without judgmental thoughts, then this is the key to befriending that anxiety. And thank you, Riley, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yes, Jane, I will be putting the upload of this live on YouTube, the recording I should say, in full. Who is this? 22 Pluto. Pluto, you ask, how did you grow your hair so fast? What's your routine? I'll tell you a secret from my mom. When I was younger, my mom had very long, beautiful hair. One day, she cut her hair rather short, and I didn't recognize my mom. I was crying and crying and crying, and I was so sad that she cut her hair short. She said, it'll grow, it'll grow. I said, not fast enough. She said, okay, I tell you what, we're gonna go to the store. So she did. And she came back with this shampoo. And she said, you know what this says? I didn't know how to read. I said, no. She said, this is fast hair growing shampoo. I said, is it? She said, yes. I said, okay. Now I feel better. Now that I'm older, I think she was lying to me. I think she was telling a fib. Because it was not her short hair which caused me to be unhappy, but merely my feelings towards it. Simply by changing my belief, I was able to appreciate it. Instead of viewing long hair as a goal, I understood it more as a process, which is always happening. Her hair is growing. It's the ing, the continuous present moment. understanding all things that way lead to peace. Don't worry so much about being healed. Know that you are healing. Don't worry so much about being learned. Know that you are learning. Thank you, Riley, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Astrid, for your hand hearts. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Shilo, for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe. And thank you. This is my show, for your pair of paper cranes. Sarah, you're wondering what I think about going to a powwow. I would be very honored to. The First Nations have always had such wisdom in their ancient spiritual lineages, and such a clairvoyance to the environment. In the Gary Oak Meadows around my house, they are a very rare and fragile ecosystem. Many moons ago, every summer the First Nations would burn the forest. Why would you burn a forest? Aren't forest fires a bad thing? They can be devastating. But Gary Oak Meadows are different. Their fertile soil is benefited from the burning of what's on the surface, so that the ashes can serve as fertilizer for next spring's beautiful flowers. No one could come to that understanding without thousands of years of understanding, of being so closely depending on and being depended on by the surrounding nature. Mahina, you ask, does God in the Bible have a gender? You're so curious because there is no goddess in it. There very much is a goddess. In English, we are a neutral language, meaning that our words don't have grammatical gender. The only words that have gender in English are the pronouns. But even then, not all pronouns have gender, like the third person. Or even the first person, I and me, or second person, you and yours. Many languages do have grammatical gender, and many times where you see a word for creation, that word has grammatical femininity, whereas the word for the creator is masculine. The word for the creation is feminine. So there is a balance, albeit it is not as exemplified in Christianity as it is in other religions. But the gender of creation is the goddess, feminine. Yes, I like that observation, Julia. The sun is masculine and the moon is feminine. There is the source of light and that which reflects it. Kylie, you were wondering what happened to all my posts. I used to have many of them. I took them down for a reason. That what I used to share only provoked your mind. What I realize now is there is no shortage of content meant to keep you awake at night. But waking people up in this way only makes them want to sleep more. Instead, I wish to invoke your heart and affirm you that everything's gonna be okay. Thank you, Mistra, for your heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, SJ, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. I love that paradoxical sentiment you bring, Michelle. That we are awake when we sleep and unalive when we are awake. In the three-body doctrine of ancient India, of the waker, the dreamer, and the deep sleeper, it is said that we are closest to Source when we are asleep. For even in deep sleep, no matter who you are, your identity dissolves. During the day, you might be thinking to yourself, I am a banker, I am a banker, I am a banker, I am a banker, I am a banker. And when you dream, you could be dreaming money, 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 money. But when you're truly asleep, there is no thought of money, nor your occupation. Even a mother who strives to be the best mother she can is nobody when she is sleeping. When she is in that void, her sense of self is merged with that source. thank you, Lena, for your quintet of tiny dinies. Yum, 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 yum. And thank you, Mistra, for your balloons and friendship necklace. Jai Sita Ram. Shannon, you share from your experience. Being a mother and sleeping is a great relaxation of the mind, isn't it? Rayan, you ask, how can you bring into harmony the light and dark within your heart, and how to know these aspects better? Dark is the space in which light propagates through. When we look into the stars at nighttime and see that darkness, what we are really seeing is the space. That is why we call it space. Spaciousness is what holds room for that light to reverberate through. The dark sides of ourselves are also just the same, places which have potential for light. No matter how bright you are, there is still going to be a shadow cast somewhere. In fact, the brighter you are, the more sharper these shadows seem in contrast. Never is there a time where you have no more dark spots to explore. Like Penrose's unilluminable room, there is going to be potential for more light. In fact, one of the definitions of light in physics is that it does not obey the Fermi exclusion principle, which is a technical scientific concept that states that particles that do obey this principle cannot be in the same space at once. That is why when you put your hand on your head, it doesn't just pass through it, because our hand and our head, they're made of fermions. Since they obey the Fermi exclusion principle, they cannot exist in the same spot, so they cannot pass through each other. It is the same reason that black holes form. When there is such a pressure from the supernova of a star, and we compact all the particles of matter so close together, they refuse to become one. So in the absence of more space for them to be free, more space is created in their own gravity, that it starts sucking in all the nearby space, forming a region of space and time, which has such a density, not even light can escape. However, light, on the other hand, does not have this condition that it cannot exist where other light is. That is what gives rise to your phone screen's ability to generate more colors than there are colors of light sources in your phone screen's pixels. If you look very closely, there's an R, a G, and a B. Red, green, and blue. That's often why we call rainbow lights RGB lights. Because from red, green, and blue alone, they combine to form the whole rainbow. If you have red light, green light, and blue light, the primary colors, they form white light. If you take blue light and add red light, it becomes magenta light. And then you add green, it becomes white. Light can exist while pervading other light. Same reason that the LIGO, the laser in from something, a tree, gravitational observatory, that detected the gravitational waves rippling through the universe. It happened through wave interference of a laser being shone against a mirror, and the two reflections of that mirror canceling each other out, because it could exist in the same spot. Anyway, this is a lot of physical tangents to my main point, which is that space, which is in you, can always hold more light, just as the physical space in the universe can always hold more light. And thank you. Thank you, Venus, for your rose. And Des, thank you for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Manin, for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. I have done a reading from Roar the Ganges at the beginning of this live, Chris. But when we end the live too, we'll do another short reading. Spend serious, you ask a good question. How do you cope with existential dread? By remembering that it's not your role to understand existence. What we really dread is not the nature of existence, but our own capacity to hold it without judging it. When we remember that existence isn't ours to judge, even though it is ours to witness. 1 second. When we refrain from holding ourselves accountable, there, my voice is gone, it'll come back. Then we need not dread our own ability to understand the full complexity of existence. We get overwhelmed by how many moving parts there are, and our own need to figure it all out. We get overwhelmed by the potential that exists, and yet nothing seems to get done. But it is not our job to figure out everything. You being here is enough. You're allowed to be here. Thank you, Karma Cat, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Alexandra Ann, thank you for your cloud bread as well. Jai Sitaram. You ask, what is something that should be taught to all children about spirituality? Teaching children about spirituality, they are the spiritual teachers. you will find a lot more spiritual growth by putting 100 adults in a room with one child to teach them, rather than 100 children with one adult to be taught by them. As children, we may lack worldly knowledge, but as adults, we lack spiritual knowledge. It is the ancient story of Adam and Eve. Who are they? They are the first humans. What does that mean? It means our child self. Our first attempt at being human when we are children. And we have that spiritual knowledge. That source walked among us. We didn't feel disconnected from it. And yet, we still ate from the tree of knowledge. We thought that we were missing something, so we grew up and started to consume knowledge about the world. And by doing so, we left our childhood. We left that Garden of Eden. And I like the way you put that, G to infinity. Our spiritual work is to remember the inner child. Spinoza lover. You ask, Yam, what do you think about the meaning of life? I think life is meaningful. I love the way you put that too, Alexandra. Spirituality is not to be taught to children, but to be discovered when they are adult. Plot twist. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jane, you ask, advice for dealing with rude people at work. Whenever people are mean to kind-hearted people, consider that a blessing. Because if you get angry at someone who's only mean, then they take your anger, they add their own to it, and then they pass that anger off to someone else. When you're angry towards a mean person, that only creates more anger in the world. But when anger is received by a kind person, then the cycle of abuse stops there. You hold that anger and you say, thank you for your opinion. I promise to weigh your feelings carefully, and I'm gonna need some space in order to process it. And then they take that anger and they convert it into wisdom. The alchemical process of converting lead, which is a poison, into gold, which is a treasure. Turn that poison into a treasure. Let that anger be your test of patience, so that you may become wiser, stronger, more compassionate, truthful. Bad things happen to good people because the good people are good. in their ability to catalyze that badness into a raw experience of life. It is the fuel source for liberation. Now, we've been live for 3 hours, 45 minutes now. Let us wrap things up for tonight. But before we do, there's 3 things I'd like to do with you all. The first is to inquire about a question of the day. The second is to read from a short section of the book, Roar the Ganges. And the third is to do a little chanting, if you're interested. But my question of the day for you all is, what do you look at to know if someone could use your help? What indicates to you that you could be of service? How do you know when you need to help? What do you look at to know if someone could use your help? Try Polatas. You share their eyes and body language. And Karma Cat, you say your heart. Rosville, I like your answer. You share when they ask for something. And Lily, for you, it's more of a feeling that comes with the person. You can feel distress in their energy. I like that. It's something that you feel. Magdalene. I think your name is getting even more and more mysterious in all the ways you represent it, which is lovely. But you share by simply making yourself available. I love that. And you concur, Denise. It's all in the eyes. And Michelle, you share that you know when someone is hurting, for you feel the energy. Athena Scar, you share that you're always helping your family, for example, and at your job or homeless people. I love that. And I hope you take some time to help yourself as well, so that you can be of even more service to those which you are always helping. Saturnus, you share. If you are called to a service, there must be someone in need of it. If you feel it, offer. I love that. And Asma, you share. Just ask them how I could help. I love that. And I'm happy you enjoy the peacefulness of this song, Adam. Let's see if I can find the name of it for you. It's on my computer in the form of a music file, which doesn't help, but maybe I can open up the properties for you and see who the artist is or the name of the song. It's for the third eye chakra. That's what I know. And unfortunately, there's no artist in the metadata. So that's all I know. happy that, speaking of converting anger into peace, is inspiring. Denise, you share, by being attentive to what they say and a finger on the shoulder. And I'm just going to say, I'm sorry, sweet baby, but I am not understanding, and I feel as though the kinds of things you are sharing is not healthy for either of us to come unto understanding of each other. If there is any way I can be of help, please let me know. And thank you, Adam, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And now I do have mods, Mari, but I have asked them to be very lenient. I believe that it is okay to have adversity in the chat as long as it's directed towards me, because I know my own ability to receive it, but I can't speak for everyone else. So I asked my moderators to mute, but never ban, because everyone is welcome back. Muting is made when people insult others or direct their harm towards other members of the audience. But towards me, that is fine. They are allowed to express themselves towards me. And Silverfish, Amazon finds, you ask, how does the Maha Mantra work exactly? I am not even sure I am able to convey that to you. But I can say that its practical effects in my life have given rise to a kind of trust in it that transcends logical reasoning. Thank you, Lena, for your 7 fires as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, everyone, for exploring the question of the day together. I think we learned a lot about the nature of how we can be of help. To me, what really stuck out among the answers is, one, that ability to feel it yourself, a kind of knowingness that arises. And second, that we help when we experience what they're going through ourselves. And of course, we can never force anyone to accept our help. We may know when they are in use of help by what we have gone through together. And our ability to project our sense of self within them also. And thank you, PW, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Silverfish, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Van Gogh Room, thank you for your rose. Let us read from another section of the Roar of the Ganges. This is a book we've been reading a few pages at a time together. We've made our way almost halfway through this rather thick book. So it goes to show that through consistent practice, we can be led a very long way. It begins to add up. Previously, we were introduced to Swami Taratmananda Ji's, which is the author of this book, his guru, who is known as Swami Dayananda. Swami Taratmananda was not a Swami yet. At this time in the book, he was then known as Mark, before he renounced his earthly name and took on a spiritual one. He was a computer scientist from America who came to India in a spiritual awakening. After dinner, my guru, Swami Dayananda, sat out on the porch again for satsang, as was his habit, spiritual company. Most ashram residents and guests, including my friends Swami Prakash and Vijay, crowded close to hear and participate in the casual discussion that drifted easily from topic to topic. The sun had just set, and a warm breeze sweeping across the foothills caressed us, carrying with it the gentle murmur of the Ganges. At one point, after the conversation had died down, Swami Dayananda turned towards me and asked, "So Mark, what news?" "Nothing much, Swamiji," I answered. "I went to the Sivananda ashram with Swami Prakash yesterday and had an interesting discussion with Swami Brahmananda." "Oh, how is the Swami's health?" he inquired, sounding quite concerned. "He looked fine," I replied. "He talked with great passion and enthusiasm about Vedanta." Swami Dayananda remarked, with a trace of amusement in his eyes. "What did he have to say?" I recounted the gist of yesterday's discussion and commented, "It was really inspiring to listen to him, although his style of teaching was hard to understand sometimes. What he said for the most part seemed like what you have taught us, except for one thing. He said that Vedanta is just a theory." "Oh? Did he compare the study of Vedanta to reading a cookbook?" "Yes, Swamiji, that's exactly what he said. How did you know?" "I have heard this many times before. A new teaching has developed that many scholars now call Neo-Vedanta. It maintains that Vedanta is merely a theory, and the practice of meditation produces enlightenment. But this was never taught by the ancient sages in the Upanishads and other scriptures. In fact, the theory/practice approach actually undermines the teachings of the rishis." "How, Swamiji?" "Suppose you take up certain spiritual practices for the sake of enlightenment. To be successful in your endeavor, you will have to work hard. After all, the result of any practice is proportional to your effort. If you work twice as hard, you can accomplish twice as much. The greater the goal, the more effort will be required. In spiritual pursuit, the goal is Atma, the true self, which is limitless, all-pervasive, non-separate from the absolute reality, Brahman. This goal is infinite, is it not? Now tell me, how much effort is necessary to reach an infinite goal? I suppose it would require infinite effort, I replied. Correct, Swami Dayananda continued. But no limited individual can produce an infinite effort. Therefore, it is impossible to reach Atma in this way. I myself struggled with this theory/practice issue for years. At the outset of my studies, I had been taught that I would eventually discover the infinite Atma, the Self, in the white heat, so to speak, of meditation. I devoted myself to this pursuit for years. I practiced various forms of meditation, sometimes meditating for hours at a day, but nothing happened. Those were difficult days for me. I grew frustrated and disillusioned. Finally, I gave away all my Vedanta books and was ready to leave the Chinmaya mission. But I had already abandoned worldly activities and committed myself to spiritual life, so I could not so easily go back. I didn't know what to do. I struggled a lot. Then one day, I had an opportunity to meet Yogi Ramaya, a disciple of Ramana Maharishi. He told me that enlightenment is not the result of meditation. It is the result of self-inquiry, a process of inner reflection that can lead you to discover Atma. He said you must introvert your attention and inquire, who am I? To trace the sense of I-ness back to its source. The source from which I-ness arises is Atma. His guidance helped me a lot. But even though Yogi Ramaya set me on the right track, I still had many doubts about how the teaching of Vedanta could lead me to discover Atma. My confusion was completely dissolved when I met a traditional teacher named Swami Pranavananda. Was he a great scholar of Vedanta? I asked. No, not at all. He never underwent extensive study, but he had been taught properly by another traditional teacher that Vedanta is not a theory, a philosophy, or even a school of thought. It is a means of knowledge, a pramana. Someone sitting behind me asked, Swamiji, what exactly is a pramana? The voice belonged to Raj, the portly, balding banker from New Delhi, which we met in a previous chapter. A pramana, Swami Dayananda explained, is a means for knowing something. Your eyes are a means for seeing, and your ears are a means for hearing. Both are pramanas. In the same way, Vedanta is a means for knowing Atma. It leads you to discover the truth yourself. Raj asked, but without some special kind of meditation or spiritual practice, how can you discover the Atma? Do you know about the story of the 10 boys on a pilgrimage and the boy who forgot to count himself? Story also mentioned earlier. Raj nodded yes. Then tell me, what kind of practice should the 10th boy do to discover his missing classmate? Should he do yoga postures? Would standing on his head help? Or should he meditate? Or perform pranayam, breathing exercises? All that is useless. He needed to discover that he himself was the missing boy, and to make that discovery, he required a pramana, a means of knowledge. The passerby's instructions served as a pramana to make the boy understand that he was already the one for whom he was searching. Swami Dayananda explained that the nature of a problem determines what kind of solution is necessary. According to Vedanta, the basic problem is ignorance, non-recognition of the true self, Atma, and when the problem is ignorance of Atma, the solution can only be knowledge of Atma, self-knowledge, Atma-jnana. That is the knowledge gained when the true self is discovered within, using Vedanta as a pramana. None of this suggests that meditation and other spiritual practice can be dispensed with. They are necessary as indispensable steps of preparation. Like eyes must be open before they can see, a person must be prepared to use Vedanta as a pramana. Spiritual practices, he continued, are like the prerequisite courses required for some college classes. Imagine someone who enrolls in a calculus class, listens carefully, takes copious notes, and spends hours in the library studying. Yet, in spite of all this, he fails miserably on the final examination. Why? Prior to enrolling, he had never studied algebra or geometry. In fact, he struggles with long division, so how could he possibly understand what was taught in the calculus class? In the same way, meditation and other spiritual practices are necessary to prepare you for Vedanta. Some people need more preparation, some people need less, but these practices are not optional. Raj asked, "A pramana may have been good enough to solve the riddle of the missing boy, but how can it reveal the Atma? Atma is infinite and limitless, beyond all words. How can the mere words of Vedanta reveal the limitless self?" Words cannot reveal the limitless, Swami Dayananda agreed. He, quoting from the Taittiriya Upanishad, "Yato vacho nivartante aprapya manasa saha." Words together with the mind cannot grasp it. They fall short of comprehension. From the second canto or fourth chapter, first verse. The sages themselves acknowledged the limitations of words. They knew that language has boundaries, that words are useful up to a certain point but not beyond. Therefore, they had to use words very skillfully, keeping their limitations in view. Swami Dayananda explained that the sages never attempted to reveal the limitless Atma through the direct meaning of words. Instead, they developed a sophisticated method of using words to lead one to discover that reality within. This methodology is crucial to Vedanta because it overcomes the limitations of language. He illustrated this methodology using a story based on a traditional Hindu wedding. The elaborate 3-day ceremony includes many rituals and social functions. In one of the final rituals, the priest takes the newly married couple outside at night to see a faint star named Arundhati. Arundhati is actually a double star. It is paired with an even fainter star. To gaze upon these inseparable stars is considered a blessing for an enduring marriage. There is one difficulty in this ritual. How can the priest point out Arundhati, a tiny speck of light in the twinkling field of thousands of stars? He cannot simply point his finger skyward and say, "Look there," to make them see Arundhati, the priest employs a cleverer technique. First, he asks them to look at a clearly visible object, like a tree. Their dialogue continues like this. Do you see the large branch on the right side of the tree? Yes. Do you see the very bright star just above the tip of that branch? Yes. Is that Arundhati? No, it's not Arundhati. But do you see the somewhat dimmer star just to the right of that star? Yes. Is that Arundhati? No, but look above that star and a bit to the left. Do you see an even dimmer star? Yes, that must be Arundhati. No, but do you see the brighter star a little further to the left? Yes. Is that? No. Look above that star. There you can see Arundhati. When Swami Dayananda finished narrating this story, Raj exclaimed, Aha! Swami Dayananda's face glowed with delight as he went on to explain that the priest, by negating each wrong assumption, skillfully led the couple to discover Arundhati. The priest used a highly methodical process of negation. Vedanta works in the same way. It negates wrong conclusions about oneself and leads, step by step, to a discovery within. Just one more page. Even in the story of the 10 boys, the solution was a matter of negation. The passerby did not reveal the existence of the 10th boy. He was already there. He only needed to dismiss the boy's wrong conclusion. In the same way, Vedanta does not need to reveal the existence of Atma, the true self. The true self is always present within, though unrecognized due to ignorance. So therefore, Swami Dayananda concluded, even though words cannot grasp the infinite, they are not useless. Words have the power to negate. And every finite thing can be negated by words, but you can never negate yourself. After everything finite is dismissed, what remains is infinite. What remains is the limitless Atma, the truth of yourself. The ancient sages did not invent a new philosophy or theory. They discovered a truth, a reality that can only be described as neti, neti, not this, not this. And they formulated a method of negation that can lead others to the same discovery. It is this methodology that makes Vedanta unique. It has been passed down through the generations and is still used by traditional teachers today. Unfortunately, some contemporary teachers have not had the opportunity to learn this methodology properly, nor do they understand its importance. And when this methodology is neglected, Vedanta is reduced to being merely another theory or philosophy. And when it is misunderstood as mere theory, then people conclude that some kind of meditation or practice produces enlightenment. But the sages never asserted this. They taught that a process of self-inquiry, guided by this method of negation, leads to discovery of the true self. I thought about my discussion with Swami Brahmananda a few chapters ago and asked, Swamiji, if this methodology is so fundamental to Vedanta, how is it that many contemporary teachers fail to use it? Swami Dayananda explained, One reason is the enormous decline of scholarship in recent times. Many modern gurus do not even know the Sanskrit language properly. After my initiation as a sannyasi, I came here to Rishikesh to continue my studies, but I had great difficulty in finding a proper guru. Fortunately, I was introduced to Swami Dayananda, a truly great scholar and teacher of Vedanta. Under his guidance, I studied many Upanishads and texts like the Brahma Sutras, along with commentaries of Sri Shankara and many sub-commentaries. That is the level of traditional study. But many of today's teachers never had the opportunity to study with a traditional guru. As a result, they are cut off from the historic lineage and miss out on the flow of knowledge from the rishis to later generations of teachers. Unfortunately, they fall outside this great tradition. Is that why you call yourself a traditional teacher of Vedanta? I asked. He replied, "It should be sufficient to simply say, teacher of Vedanta. But today so many teachers have broken away from the lineage, and since I am their contemporary, I have to call myself a traditional teacher of Vedanta." Another refreshing section from Roar of the Ganges, reminding us that there is something more to the spiritual practice than mere theory. There is a very efficient methodology which can directly lead you to understand the nature of your true self. Thank you for listening. And thank you, Van Gogh Room, for your rose a few minutes ago. And Ashley, thank you for your rose and pair of fires. Radhe, Radhe. Karma Cat, you share that you have been obsessed with Advaita Vedanta for years. Well, it is my blessing to be able to share it with you through this book that we are reading. Thank you, Rachel, for your pair of roses. And Linda, thank you for your 24 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Storm, for your heart me. And May Stars, thank you for your 7 balloons. Jai Sitaram. Call me DJ. You are wondering, with sincerity, is this a religion? No. Whether you're Buddhist, whether you're Christian, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Hindu, anyone can follow Vedanta. It is non-denominational. And thank you, Laurie, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Grain, thank you for your hand hearts as well. Jai Sitaram. So before we end the live stream today, if you wish to partake, we have a chanting session to close the live stream. I'll put the English rendering of it here. It's very simple. Today we are doing Om Namah Shivaya Shivaji Sada Sahai. Om Namah Shivaya Guruji Sada Sahai, which means Om, salutations to, in the first verse, Lord Shiva, the oblivion from which all this existence returns to. And in the second verse, to Guru, the spiritual teacher and lineage. May Lord Shiva always be my support. Now the traditional script to render this is Devanagari, so I have put that here, from where you are probably familiar with the Om ligature. Thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I have some audio in the background for us to chant it together with traditional instruments. So let me minimize our regular background music so that I can put on the traditional music. And this video is an hour long, so I hope you've blocked off the rest of your hour. I'm just kidding. We'll only listen to the first few minutes. And it's okay if you have a difficulty pronouncing it. I'm sure I will too. But we're learning it as we listen to it. I've never chanted it before.
जय गुरु जी की। अब हम मंत्र जाप करेंगे। ओम नमः शिवाय। शिव जी सदा सहाय। नमः शिवाय। गुरुजी सदा सहाय। नमः शिवाय। शिवजी सदा सहाय। नमः शिवाय। गुरुजी सदा नमः शिवाय। शिवजी सदा नमः शिवाय। गुरुजी सदा नमः शिवाय। शिवजी सदा नमः शिवाय। गुरुजी सदा नमः शिवाय। शिवजी सदा नमः शिवाय। गुरुजी सदा नमः शिवाय। Viraji sada sahai. Om Namah Shivaya. Guruji sada sahai.
All right. Thank you all for chanting or listening to that together. And thank you, Morgan, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your 15 roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Rachel, for your heartmeat. Here I have a little ding coming up for you. Ready? I don't know if you heard that. Now, allow me to minimize the mantra. And thank you again for joining me all today for another Sangha. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this live to my YouTube channel. At the moment, I am in a great battle with the software I use to extract the audio from the video, transcribe it, partition it, and then parse into a chapter system unique for every video, which in theory should give you the opportunity to open up the description and click on the exact timestamps to everything discussed. But after a 10-hour live a few days ago, I've been having to make some adjustments to my program. And I'm going to work on them as soon as I get done, so that I'll be able to upload the rest of the live streams, including this one, all to their fullest extent, so you can get the most out of them. It is a good idea, Sky Guardian, to split the video in 3 parts. However, the whole point of part of the program is to intelligently detect automatically where to split the video in between topics, rather than having the transcription try to stumble with its attempt at half a word at the end of one section and the other half of a word at the beginning of another. So, using a lot of maths, Fourier transforms, and many different computational techniques to get it working. Who says theoretical math doesn't have a use? Besides that YouTube channel, which is in the link tree in my bio, there is a second link tree in my bio, there's one link tree in my bio, but a second link in the link tree, which leads to my ASMR YouTube channel, where among other things we have been reading through the Bhagavad Gita ASMR style, whispered with nice relaxing rain sounds in the background. And a few weeks ago I also made a video talking you down from a panic attack, which I thought could be suitable for that channel too. I know a lot of us experience anxiety, existential dread, things like that. So that video's there in case you ever need it, just so you know. And if it doesn't work for you, that's okay, because I recognize there are many ways to calm down, and sometimes if one way doesn't work, it almost feels like nothing will work. So I certainly won't be offended if that technique for anxiety relief doesn't work for you. But it's there just in case it does. And thank you, Lena, for your 12 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And yes, Billy, on the last week of the month, we've been doing earlier live streams for the European viewers. But on the 1st of the next month, the 1st of May, I will be returning to my regular format, which is at 5 p.m. Pacific time rather than 12 p.m. The details are in the my bio, in case you ever forget what time. And on my Instagram, I post a story just before I go live, in case you ever want to know for time changes or anything like that. And last but not least, now covering my microphone, is a sock. A sock with yams on it. This is not one, but the other half of this pair of Yamsox that comes from the store in the link tree in my bio. These Yamsox are very comfy, and I can assure you they are of good quality. It's a way of getting something in return for supporting me. Or if you're more of a hat person, I have a toque, which has not yams on it, but a tiny that says, yippee! Because it seems to be our mascot. And right now I'm saving up for a trip to India, as many of you know. So anything goes a long way, but it's never expected, and you are always welcome here. Speaking of which, Rachel, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Karma Cat, for your subscription. I am always happy to have you here, and blessed to have the opportunity to be of service to you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Magdalene, you want me to please let the sock and beanie be in the photo from the video that I upload for the thumbnail? Okay, here, I'll just pull it out a little bit. There, I'll clip that. And thank you, Lena, for your 21 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the Divine Feminine and Masculine. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Bye.